Hello, and welcome everybody. I hope this time my mic works. But yeah, looks like we're good. Hello, Aninia. How are you doing today? But yeah, we're back with another game dev stream. You're fine? 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 Okay. Good to hear that. So yeah, today we will continue working on what we left off last time, which is the simulations. So last time we managed to set up a file like this where we can actually define the location, zone instance, and settings for the zone instance. We managed to dynamically load NPC and character spawns. We managed to add some attributes that we are interested in, and they are being added into the output CSV file, which is great. But yeah, we still need to improve this. We need end conditions. We need actual parties, which could theoretically be tricky because on the real server, parties are synced with the world server, but here we need them to be isolated. We are not communicating with the world server in this case, so could be interesting. We'll see what we can do. Oh yeah, we also implemented boss summons, or not boss summons technically. Any NPC can have its own spawns of summons, but yeah, we implemented that as well, which is good. So yeah, end conditions, let's try to focus on that. And also probably today we will start working on the new AI system. I have a few ideas. I want to try to make it work in parallel to what we already have. I'm not sure if that's possible. And I forgot to start Docker again. One sec. Okay, so end conditions. Hello, PLV. 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝚂 quest revisit possible. Not in the same way. Like that location that you've been basically teleported to at the beginning of the game, that location is gone. But if you're looking to achieve the 𝙽𝚁𝚂 title and the status effect, that's still gonna be possible, but in a different way. So it's gonna be slightly different, but yeah, I have some stuff for that planned, if you're into that. So, simulate service, this one. Probably I should rename that to simulation service. But it's okay. So what do we have here? Made a new character and did it, but it isn't mailable. Yeah, which would be fine to obtain the title from being mailed. Yeah, you're still gonna be able to achieve the title, but in a different way. But yeah, at the moment it's a little bit low priority. So currently we have limitation on the time. So I have 5-minute limit on the simulation time. And we also have a condition, if the boss is dead, we stop. And, well, originally that was when any of the party members died, then we stop. But I temporarily changed it to... Oh no, originally it was when all party members died, but I changed it to when any party member died. Casually log in for like an hour to farm Merman. Not very far into it, but I absolutely love Gate of the Vault. It's my happy place. Yeah, I can definitely understand that. So, well, one way we could do is we can define something like literally ends conditions. And we can add something like simulation time seconds. But then we need to somehow, for example, reference the death of the entity. So we need a way to reference an entity that we spawn here. Right now we cannot do that. And I'm not sure if we need that. So we could do something like name or no, ID. Spawn ID maybe 1 equals 2, spawn ID 3, 4. Then maybe we can reference entity died. Spawn ID equals 1. But then we don't really have a control over if we want all party members to die before we stop or the boss to die. How can we do that? So essentially what I want so we run while the boss is not dead and player 1 is not dead, player 2 is not dead. We also have a third player now. Forgot to add it. So I want something like that to be possible. So when the whole party is wiped, then we stop the simulation. How can we do that? Something like all entities died and we just reference spawn IDs 1, 2, 3. No, in our case it's 2, 3, 4. Another way to do that would be to, for example, for the scenario, we just add attribute max, no, not execution, simulation time, seconds. We can set it here, and then on the spawn level, something like stop simulation if that, when not if that. This looks nicer, but yeah, it's a bit more complex. But then again, if we go with this approach, then we cannot have conditions like this when all entities, all referenced entities died. It would be if any of the entity dies, then we stop the simulation. So yeah, I think we'll have this. Oh, but my keyboard is wonky. Okay. So yeah, I think that's gonna be the way to do it. So we will add spawn AD, and then we just reference it. Not sure if I need two separate types like entity died and all entities died, because this technically can be implemented into here. And not sure if I remove all, it's not going to be as descriptive. Because technically this can cover the previous case. What else could we need for the end condition? Runtime. We just limit it to not 1 minute, maybe 5 minutes as well. So we have the simulation time. Which would be the actual in-game time simulated. and we have the actual simulation runtime in like real time, so which is going to be this stopwatch. What else could we need? I think that's good enough. Maybe some watched attribute value, but I don't know if I really need it. But technically, yeah, we could do something like if the priest ran out of mana, then we stop the simulation. But I don't think we would need that. But for now, I think it's okay. And yeah, if we would go for that, like if we need to stop the simulation when, for example, somebody runs out of mana, the only way to do that would be here in the end conditions in a separate section. So yeah, I think this is the way to do it. So what do we need? We need to add spawn ID into the scenario spawn info. So this is going to be XML attribute, public integer spawn ID. That's good. And we need the end conditions. Also, wait a second. How do we use this reference? Because right now we only have this information. We spawn the entity. We don't store the original spawn information of the entity anywhere inside the entity. And just as a temporary hardcode, we still have like these variables that we reference to execute skills, which we're going to remove later when we have like proper AI actions implemented. So this, we would need to get rid of this and probably just run the simulation loop inside an infinite for loop, and then just do checks here. But yeah, to reference each entity, so here for example, boss entity battle info is dead, we would need to store these. So spawned entities equals gonna be just a dictionary like that. Then we just add. Well, for now it's gonna be ugly, but that's okay. It's gonna be like this. Actually, we can make a clean version, and then for the local variables, we just manually reference them. So we're gonna do for each spawn info in scenario spawns. And we do it like this. Spawn info. And then here we just reference that stuff. Okay. Now we have the reference. Now we can actually work on the end condition. So let's yeah, I need something like a generic end condition. Base end. Actually, wait. Let's actually create a folder. End conditions. Base end condition. Which is gonna be what? Actually, I have no idea. Can we make it more like object-oriented to like have a check built into it? But then we would need to pass a lot of data into the check. Don't really have this simulation as its own object and all the actors inside. I don't know. No, I want to keep it simple. We will have the base end condition, but for now it's going to be just empty. And we will have simulation time and condition. Oops. And here, so we have simulation time and condition. And we can define it either with the value or with an attribute. So, no, I want it to be simple like this. So it's going to be just a value. How do I define that? In the XML serializer. C# XML serializer value. It's not really what .NET likes to do. I do need to have an array there, and each item is going to have a different type, but I need to access the actual value inside the XML body. How is it called? Like in their text. And I don't want to do that manually. I would rather adjust my data structure than do it manually. Yeah, this is not very useful. Like, technically this is like just an integer, right? But I want it to be wrapped in a separate object. Well, okay, we're gonna make it an attribute, whatever, because I know how to do that. I don't want to spend much time figuring out how to parse an actual value, because I'm pretty sure that's gonna be just manual serialization at that point. So simulation time, seconds, 300. Runtime seconds. Something like that. Then here we can just use XML. By the way, what do we have here? XML text. What's that? The method must be treated as XML text when the class contains it. No, I think this is what we need actually. So XML text. Yeah, let's try that. No, I will not have the value for now because I want to check if it actually works. So, have that. Let's just check that one case for now. I can just copy this. Let's test if this works. Let's see if that works. Let me start a separate console so we can see it more easily. .NET run simulate test.xml. There was something. Yeah, it did work. Okay, perfect. So now we can just do that at the end here, or maybe at the start. No, let's do it at the end. So here for each end condition in scenario end conditions, we do if end condition is simulation time end condition, then we do what if this simulation time seconds like that, then we stop our loop. For now, I'm just gonna add this. Actually, no, let's actually get rid of all of that and replace the do with the while loop. So while running, we do that, and here we do running false and break. The next end condition would be that we can test and we can easily implement is this one. Runtime seconds. Can just copy that. Runtime end condition. Runtime seconds. Should be super easy to do. So here, if stopwatch elapsed total seconds. Wait. This is more, and this is more than runtime seconds. Run and false and break. So these two are pretty easy. And then I need entities died. Or entities dead. Dead or died? Entities dead. End condition. And here we will need int array spawn IDs, which is gonna be by default new, not new, array empty int. And this is XML attribute hopefully that's good enough. I don't remember how I can define the array of like actual XML values. Pretty sure I did that before, but let's try that. Maybe that's enough. And let's uncomment this. Oh, and also this runtime end condition needs to be in here. Like that. And then we also reference entities died. Not died, but now it's dead. Entities dead. Okay. I'm actually just gonna double check real quick. XML attribute int array. Well, I don't know. We will figure that out. So spawn IDs. So in that case, it should be really easy to actually do the check here. So again, else if end condition is entities dead. And in this case, we need to check if all referenced entities are dead. So for each spawn ID, we need to check if the entity is dead. So it's going to be entity equals spawned entities spawn ID, if I can type, and then if entity dot entity, because that's a controller, battle info is dead, we need count dead count, and then we just compare the dead count. So if dead count somehow greater or equals to length of this array, then we do running false break, like that. And let's see, it's probably gonna fail because it didn't parse the integer array properly, I'm pretty sure. It actually did work. But it didn't stop correctly. 7 seconds. The previous one was 2 seconds. Yeah, it didn't stop when the entities died. I'm pretty sure it stopped because of this. Also, yeah, let's limit this to 60 seconds of real-time runtime. But yeah, this didn't work. Let's try to debug this. Okay, so this one is correct. So this is the boss that we referenced, right? So if that count more than the length of spawn ID, this looks correct. Let's check the second one. Yeah, it actually did parse the XML correctly. 2, 3, 4. That's exactly how I defined that. What did I do wrong? Did the boss die in the previous one? Yes, the boss did die. And it didn't stop. Also, I need to clean up the breakpoints. Why is it so slow all of a sudden? Did I not save the previous one and now it's... Let's try without debugging. Did I not save the file in the previous time I ran it? No. So it's just really slow for some reason. And yeah, boss health is 0. So why doesn't it trigger and why is it so slow under the debugger? So this can be higher than that. Let's bring this back to 5 minutes, whatever. Why is it so slow on their debugger? Really weird. Okay, so we have somebody dead. It's our boss, okay. So that count should increase. Now it's 1. Length is 1, so it should... Yeah, it does run in false. It did work. What the hell? It does work. I don't know. Also, let's... Nice, okay. Let's try one more time. It's just, yeah, this is not very optimal to access the dictionary. Yeah, this is correct. The boss died. Just I'm afraid that this is a little bit too slow, but should be okay. 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds. Oh, it's about the same as it was. Okay, I think it's fine. Okay, so we have our end conditions. That's good. I like this. Let's bring this back to 60 seconds. Actually, no. While we're testing, it's still gonna be 5 minutes. I always can just stop the process. So, parties. So for parties, what I need is I need characters to be aware of the parties that they're in, but I don't need that to be synchronized to the Vault server. I don't remember how that works specifically. I think I need to look into the network, Vault, party controller. So, party invite response, invite cancelled, create party. So I have party session, controller entity components party session members, leader index, what sharing leader index. Party created. Okay, I don't want it to send the data to the vault. So for that, I need to look for send signals. Send party invite, send create party, send add user to party request. Don't remember what's that about. Remove user, change party settings. By the way, do I need to adjust party settings in here? No, not really. I just need the party to exist. We don't care about exp sharing. We don't care about loot sharing. Leader. We don't care about the leader. Loot sharing leader. This one though, where is it being called? Party component. Transcend party member. So we get the party session. Then we send this. And the position too. I think I can just remove this component from every character. Yeah. Because all it does, listens to the signals. Get party member info. What's that? It's only being accessed here. Okay, good. Position update. Sure. Party member update. Entity changes state. Send party member. Party notification. Entity appears. Client party controller. Okay. Yeah, it's only synchronization here. So we can get rid of this component. I'm just gonna finish double checking. But yeah, it only just sends the update packets to the client or to the vault. So yeah, we definitely need to get rid of this component when we are creating our simulated characters. Why am I scrolling up there? I need to go here into spawn character. Oh, I already did remove party component. Okay, so we are good. We are not bothering Vault or the client with our party updates. So we can just create the party session as we do. Not here, here. Change party settings, remove, and here. So we need the party member info. I also need this to be updated dynamically, I think. Actually, I'm not using that in the logic. It's just like a cached data that we can push to the client. But yeah, we at least need a dummy party members and party session. Okay, and to define the party, probably the easiest way would be to have it defined here, like party ID equals 1. And we just define the party ID for all of these guys. And if we want multiple parties, we just define a different ID. Right. So for this, first of all, we need to add party ID to our character spawn info. Party ID. And if it's not 0, then we group those characters into a party. So what do we do? So after we spawned all the characters, oh, we only have this information here. Well, maybe we can reference an array or like a list of or dictionary of parties. I don't know. Let's see. First of all, let's create a structure, right? So we have spawned entities. We also need parties. They're referenced by an integer, and this is gonna be party session. Right. And probably we can just do it here. So if spawn info is let's copy this. So if character spawn info party ID is greater than 0, then first we need to check if party session is created. If parties contains key, oh my god, party ID, then we create a new party. The problem is I need the members is an array, and I need to have an array of party members ahead of time. Then I can create a session with the fixed amount of party members. Why is it this way? Like if I add a user to a party, add member, I see. So the size of party members is fixed. So here it comes from the world, but yeah, technically it is fixed. Just read it here. Then supply, yeah, it's a little bit janky. I needed to rework it, but that's okay. Oh, wait. We can actually define the size and party leader. So we don't have to use this constructor. We can use this one. So we create a party of like some big size or default size, but I think it's defined on the world server. But that's okay. We can technically like hard code this value in the simulation. Then we only supply the leader, and then we just do try add member index. Oh, and we receive the index. Try put member in the index, remove member. Okay, this is good. We don't have to do anything ahead of time. We just can create the party session. So we do parties party ID equals new party session. Size, we just hardcode 5 for now. and we need the leader member info. Yeah. So for that, we do party member info, session ID, session ID. What else do we need? Name. Name. Why? But okay, yeah, we need the name. So it's gonna be entity get component like character info name. A little bit weird, but it's okay at least for now. Can refactor that later maybe. So I'd rather do that when we create party already with the leader. Otherwise, we do that party and triad member info, and we don't care about the index. Okay, should be working. Not sure how to test it though, because yeah, we are not using parties right now. But yeah, this actually looks okay-ish. It should work. Oh, we also need to add the party as a component to the entity. Right. So this is gonna be this thing. Oh, but that's fine. That's fine. We add the party as a component, and that's it. We don't need to do anything else. And this should be it. Let's try to run it, although it's not being used, but at least we can test if the actual add-in logic works. Doesn't crash. Where is that single line comment? This? Okay. Yeah, looks like it works. 7 seconds, weird. Can get rid of that. Also, this needs to be below. It was slow because the boss didn't die this time. It healed like 3 times in a row. And the tank is dead. No, wait. Yeah, the tank is dead. And the enchanter is dead. Okay, so we're good with the parties. Which means that the AI can now be aware of the party, but we don't have the AI for the characters. And that's a big problem, because this is the last thing that we have left here hard-coded. And it's gonna be weird, it's gonna be hard to fix. Like this, like quote-unquote AI is extremely simple. It just tries to cast skills. This is just the heal. Casted by priest onto the tank. Onto the knight. This is auto attacks by the knight onto the boss. This is fireball on boss. Okay. But yeah, if we get rid of that, then our characters will do nothing and will just die. We need to somehow create an AI for those. So what is going to be? There is another thing. We probably need to assign a target, at least for the characters. But ideally they should pick the target themselves. Although, then if they only pick the target themselves, that they need to be aggressive, right? That's probably not a good idea. Program everything without going testing in real time. Like, whenever I see you with the game open. Sometimes I do. It's just right now I'm working on the actual simulation of the actual game. It's not running inside server real time. It's running inside the server process, but in a special environment where I completely control the time. So basically, I run this simulation, and it simulates events. It simulates actually, how do I even describe that? It basically speeds up the time as much as it can and runs potentially pretty lengthy combat session in few seconds. So here, for example, I simulate how much? Almost 2 minutes in 7 seconds. So it runs for 7 seconds, but it simulates 2 minutes of real combat time. And I can see the results without having to actually wait for the combat and watch for all of that to happen in real time. This speeds up the development process a lot. if I make it actually work. But yeah, this is a very useful tool that I need to actually balance all the stuff. But yeah, basically it simulates the game. I can define entities that I want to spawn. So here, for example, I'm spawning a 𝙽𝚴𝚁𝙸𝚂 with the summons that it usually has. I spawn a virtual player character, knight level 20, priest level 20, enchanter level 20. And right now, this is the problem that I'm trying to solve. Right now, the character AI is hard-coded. They are extremely simple just to test that this thing works, which is the knight only does auto attacks onto the boss. The priest only heals the knight under a certain amount of health. An enchanter just constantly casts fireball onto the boss. But yeah, they are running in a simulation that it's not real time. It's extremely sped up. So if you imagine the normal server loop, let's say you have my server normally, technically it's much more complex than that, but let's say the server runs in a loop of 30 ticks per second. I don't know what would be the analogy, but yeah, like 30 frames per second, something like that. And each frame, it runs all this logic. For example, it checks if I don't know, the fireball particle finished traveling and hit the target, what would be the damage at that particular moment of time. So that's just one frame. Then the next frame, we do the checks again, and we see that, for example, we have a burning effect from the fireball, and we apply the damage, for example. And yeah, this is done 30 times per second normally, but here I don't have to do it only 30 times per second. I can do it as many times per second as my PC is capable of. So here, for example, if we do differences between, well, this is not ticks, technically this is different actions, but yeah, let's say 2 last actions. No, this is not very representative. But yeah, basically I can run hundreds of these events in second without having to tie to the actual real time. So this is what I'm working on right now. And yeah, the goal basically is to feed in all this information. We have a boss, we have 3 player characters with certain stats and so on. And I want to see what's the result, what's the outcome of that combat. Did they manage to kill the boss? What were their final health and mana values and stuff like that? And how long the combat lasted? Without actually having to wait for the combat to finish in real time, I can just run this simulation and obtain the result right away. I'm resurrecting Cosmopex, a Brazilian Flash social game. Oh, nice. It's been really cool. Sounds interesting. I've never heard about that. But yeah, sounds cool. Sounds cool. It's online right now. Oh, nice. Good job, then. I like your project so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, I guess the next step is to get rid of this hard-coded quote-unquote AI, which is not AI, and actually implement an AI for the characters. The problem is the current implementation of AI is not flexible enough for me to do that. It's inspired by Ragnarok Online 1 AI for monsters and bosses, but it's super limited. I forgot to update my setup, but it's okay. It's here, right? NPC skills. And yeah, this is, first of all, this is tied to NPCs, which means I cannot use that for the characters. And then here, it's basically like, it started as like learned skills by each monster. So this is how it started. Like only these two columns basically were important. And then it grew to like extend with the checks, like health factor, target checks, and so on. It works okay for normal monsters, but yeah, it's not flexible enough for the bosses, and definitely not flexible enough for the player characters, or like virtual player characters. But can I tweak it slightly to at least have this dumb system working right now? What do I need? I need to take a look at use learned skill action. So let's take a look. Is it tied anywhere to the actual NPC? For now, it's just normal battle info, which is applicable to the characters. I have the casting skill, that's okay. I have the target use skill. Move conditions to the learned skill. What was that about? What did I want to do here? These conditions, right? Oh, I remember now. Okay. Learn skill. Find skill. Yeah, here I'm accessing the list of learned skill. List of learned skills from the NPC prototype. So all these conditions are technically applicable to the player characters as well. Health factors, min-max amount of enemies, combat duration, yeah. Recent hit skill, yeah, that's based on the damage table, which is also present on the characters. Recent hit attack types. Source status effect, yes, sure. Target conditions. Yeah, enemy checks, that's also fine. But yeah, this is a very dumb system. Especially when it comes to trying to find a target. I really didn't like how I implemented that, because we have some special conditions. Not sure if I can find it here right now. Because some monsters can heal other monsters, right? And it's working right now, but the way it's implemented, it's not very optimal. I don't remember how exactly it tries to find the target, but I remember it's not very good. Where was that? Yeah, here. So if we don't have a target from the previous conditions, and this position is not enemy, we can try to find an ally that satisfies the health factor condition. Technically, it's not only health factor. I changed it later. We have just target that satisfies the target conditions. So if it's not enemy, it satisfies the target condition, then we replace this target. Technically, it's okay. Like, it's not a problem in terms of performance. But I would like to improve that a little bit. Then we use the skill or we cast the skill. But yeah, what if this action is applied to a character? What would happen then? Find skill. It will actually break. It requires a component NPC prototype. It will throw an exception the first time you try to run it. Okay. That makes sense. Because I need at least a part of this thing. Because one piece of functionality here that I really need is to be able to cast skills that have casting time. The way it works is when it tries to use a skill. Wait, where was it? When it chooses a skill that has a casting time, it starts casting, rotates to the current position, and then waits for the skill to finish casting. And when it finished casting, then it actually uses the skill. So I need at least this. Maybe I can extract this in a separate action. But wait, this unupdate thing. NPC learned skill, yeah. Maybe I can make it that all these checks are executed inside a defined skill method, because that one is basically random, picking random skill, right? Yeah. No, actually multiple skills based on the probability. Okay, I remember. Yeah, there could be multiple skills that can be executed, and it works with filtering them out and then applying the final skill if it's still there. But okay, if we move this into a separate method, then we're only left with the casting functionality, then applying the skill that was casting before. Right. So all of this can be extracted. Check target conditions. This is related to the NPCs. This is not, though. This is generic. No, we have this there, but we can make it as configurable. Skill action scenario. Rotate the target position. This can be generic. Unstop. This cancels the cast, and this can be generic. Can actually split this into two actions that run in parallel. So instead of use learned skill, we will have no, I don't know. Use skill. So ideally, I would like to actually completely re-implement this in a totally different way. I want to make it more similar to what was it called? Trinity Core? Yeah, Trinity Core. For World of Warcraft. It's using much more robust system based on events. Here basically I have just a single list of conditions that can only run on update time. They don't react to anything. It's just a constant loop. But to make the player characters simulated player characters work with AI system like this, I need them to actually react to different events. And also for the bosses, I think that's also going to be very useful. So we could still have like a normal update tick, right? But also I want to make these conditions a little bit more configurable, because right now it's just fixed amount of columns with very specific conditions to check, and it's not very good. Where was that thing? Warning, flashbang. So this is what, smart scripts and Trinity Core. I really liked this thing. And I can make something similar. I had a few more ideas how to make it more robust for my specific case. But yeah, basically we have what? We have event types. The link is not working anymore. There we go. Now, where is it? Event type. Yeah, I hate Confluence, by the way, but that's okay. Different types of events, like during the update, like this is the only way to do this right now that we have, because yeah, basically every condition runs on every update time here, which is technically not very good, not very optimized. But then we have something like health percentage and mana percentage. So, for example, when health percentage, actually I don't think I will have this. Yeah, this is not what I want. But aggro event, for example, this is super useful. I really need this actually to implement some features. When the monster aggros onto someone, I want to run some specific logic, like a very simple example is to output a chat message. Like when a monster aggros onto a player, they can start yelling like, stop right there or something like that. Right now there is no way to implement that in the current AI system. Well, technically there is, but that would mean that I would have to actually hard code some behavior trees, and I really don't like working with those. Actually, can we temporarily replace the system with behavior trees only? Technically, yeah, we can. So this is my normal behavior tree for the monsters, the combat portion of it at least. So I have a bunch of checks to acquire a target, right? Then we have That's the covered condition. And then we have two behaviors in parallel. To maintain desired combat range, that only handles the movement. And use learned skill. So what if I get rid of most hated enemy? That should apply to the characters, right? Yeah, that's just enemy table most hated enemy. And it just assigns the target ID. So that can be used for the players. And this is actually how can we assign the targets. Yeah, this is another thing that's missing in the XML. I need to somehow assign targets. Or at least initial targets, right? So it could be something as simple as initial target spawn ID equals 1. For example, that's our boss. And that, with that, we can just add enmity into the enemy table of the knight. And that would allow us to pick the target if we use this behavior. So, okay. Set target from most hated enemy, or we clear the target. Then if we don't have a target, we find an enemy. And this, yeah, this relies on NPC prototype, but it can technically run. It's just gonna fail if it's not attached to an NPC. But okay, we can get rid of that for the players. Check is in chase range. We don't care about that at all. Path reachable. Yeah, we need that, I guess. Path unreachable. That's just a simple counter, right? Check target position and max desired combat range. Then we return. Set return state. This needs to be changed. Enable a return state if path unreachable for too long. Yeah, this can be just extracted completely from here. Deleted. Check target available. Can set target, then we reset the target. Right. Right. This can stay. Check target not dead. Yeah, this can stay. Set high priority. This is gonna be worked in a different way for the players, so we don't need that. Switch into combat state. Yeah, we need that. Covered, we can remove that. Players are not gonna have this. And yeah, then maintain desired combat range. This should be totally fine for players. Let's check move to target position. There shouldn't be anything related to NPC here. Temporary movement impairment. Yeah, that's fine. Wait, walk and state, my state to walk. Ah, that's defined in the settings. Okay, good. State velocity. Yeah, pathfinding and movement along the path. move entity to. Yeah, this is all generic. This can be done for normal players. That's good. But yeah, technically right now in our like draft simulation, our players are not even moving. But yeah, it would be cool to make them move around, and we can do that with this thing. There is nothing that ties us to NPCs here. Yeah, there is nothing about NPCs here. Well, I guess except one comment, which is fine. So yeah, we can use this. Which is already good. The only thing is this use learned skill. And yeah, technically there is two separate actions here. One is the casting of the skill. And another one is to actually find and check the target. Find the skill, check the target, find the target, I guess, yeah. Yeah, this is weird. I don't know how to fix this. Because technically I can leave this system in place, just probably not use it for characters, but then I would have to implement some sort of cast and finishing action. That's what confuses me right now. But let's say we have that action separate for the characters. Then the only thing that we need is the portion when we decide what skill we're gonna use. Aha. Maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe we need to split this in two separate actions. One action that uses or starts casting the skill and then uses the skill when the casting finishes, but it doesn't decide what skill to use. And another action that only handles the decision which skill to use. And it's gonna do something like when it decides what skill to use, it checks all the target conditions and stuff like that. Then it just assigns the skill that needs to be used somewhere in the AI context. And then this table can stay. It's still gonna only apply to NPCs, right? But technically I can easily convert this table to the new AI actions table that we're gonna create. Because yeah, this is only like the list of conditions to use a skill. Okay, let's say that we completely migrate to the new AI actions that I have in mind and have described in the documentation a little bit. How can we convert this to that? So that would be on update, right? Because this is essentially is doing on update. So that's the event type, update. Action type, use skill. And then we just need to add the checks, right? So we can specify target type, like self, current target. I think I do apply it somewhere. Probability combat idle that. Oh, I think I do that based on the skill target type automatically. But I can explicitly set this to be applied on self, because right now I cannot do that, which is again another limitation. So if a character, for example, if we're doing the virtual characters or AI characters, AI-driven characters, then let's say it's a priest and it has a heal skill, then it can be applied either on the character itself or on a party member, right? Or on another character, not necessarily a party member. But at the moment, there is no way to specify that I explicitly want to, I wanted to execute the heal on itself, which is bad. This is why for NPCs, I actually have separate skills for heal and heal self. Like I have a normal heal, and I have where is it? Wait, what? Self heal, yeah. I have two separate skills because of this limitation, so I was able to specify target type explicitly, so this skill can only apply to the monster itself that's casting the skill, and this heal can only be applied to the target, to ally targets. But I don't like that. Instead, I can combine this, get rid of the self heal, only leave the normal heal, and just choose the target in the AI actions table. Also, right now, I cannot force, let's say, summons to heal the master specifically. They can only just heal their allies, which means that they can heal another summon, for example, which is not desirable, so another limitation. But okay, for now, let's see if we can convert this to AI actions easily. So let's see, event type, an update, right? Action type, use skill. Target type, we can choose which one, self, current target. We can pick an enemy. or ally, random closest, master, stuff like that. So this is what I had in mind. And then for conditions, instead of having this thing, we can actually have condition type and condition value. Max health factor and target max health factor. Range. Range can also be done. But technically it can be taken from the skills, but this is better when we define this here. But I also need this probability. I need the flags for combat, idle, and dead. Or maybe I can move that to the conditions. How is it done here? Event chance. I hate confluence. This is the probability of the event. By the way, our current probability is really bad. It's not tied to real time or anything else. It's tied to the update tick. And it's different during combat and during idle and during death. So it's really hard to program this, or configure rather this, because I don't know necessarily what's the actual probability per second, for example, or per minute would be. So I really want this to be an actual probability per second, maybe, tied to an actual time. What it's doing here is this the probability. This is the probability of the event to occur as a percentage. So if you want the event to occur roughly half of the time, they have the same problem that I have actually. Their probability is per tick. I know why. Because of the event type. In combat, out of combat. Yeah, I have this. So, one second. Yeah, I wanted separate event types. I think they have it something like that as well. Source type, event phase, event flags. Difficult. Interesting. But okay, event type. Wait, so what is this? Event flags. Difficult. Interesting. Interesting idea. Okay, event type. This is update in combat and out of combat. And then we have events, health percentage, aggro, kill, death. Yeah, that's another thing. It was really hard for me to implement the release toxic smoke for cave buffers. And it's not even working properly right now. Because technically I don't have a way to tie to the death event in this structure. I can only run the update on death, basically. But yeah, instead of having these checks like combat, idle, dead, I can have update all the time, update only in combat, update out of combat. And instead of update during death, it would make much more sense to have just one execution when the death occurred, not like periodic thing. Okay, so this can be easily converted, this can be easily converted, but again, I need to figure out how to do this nicely. Because this probability right now is just probability every time it tries to execute this, right? And I need this to be like more intuitive. Like I want to have, let's say, a skill that's getting used about 1 time per minute during combat. I don't know, but okay, what else do they have? Let me check from the beginning. D-Link event mask. Change flags. This is interesting, I want this. Cool. So event type, I already went through that. Action type. Non-talk. Satisfaction. Sound. Fail quest. Cast. Cast a spell. Cast spell ID at target. Oh, they have multiple parameters. Right. Duration. Yeah, I need parameters as well, but I'm not sure how to do this. Do I need multiple parameters? Let's say use skill. In that case, cast flags, trigger flags. What are the cast flags? I hate Confluence. Summon creature. In our case, this, yeah, I also wanted this, but I want this to be like summon a group ID. So use skill, technically I only just need the skill ID, right? Talk, I only need the script ID. File quest. They had something like that, 1 sec. File quest, quest ID. File quest of target. Yeah, I need that. Play emote ID. In our case, it's just the skill, because our emotes are skills. But yeah, only single argument. Complete quest step. Do they have something like that? But again, I need just the quest step ID and the target. So again, 1 parameter. Clear enemy table, flee, die. That doesn't need anything. despawn self, spawn summon group AD, despawn summon group AD. Random emote. That's an interesting thing. Then they have 6 different parameters. What is this? Change threat percentage for a single target. Oh, by the way, normal attacks. That's another thing that's handled here. I don't remember how exactly though. I think normal attack skills are part of these learn skills. I think it's getting loaded from the NPC skill table. Oh no, NPC prototype table. Yeah, default skill AD. And it's just with max probability, yeah. Okay. Still, we can create like a default action for default skills. Oh, by the way, this thing is not getting checked, even though we now actually have summons. But that's okay. Maybe we don't need to implement that. Trying to figure out if I can have this still active in parallel to the AI actions that we're gonna create. Then this thing will also handle the casting. But then, I don't know. Also, all those, where is NPC prototypes? I have a bunch of stuff here that I would like to get rid of in this particular table. Maybe cast sensor, creation mode. Technically, this can be defined in AI actions. Like assist mode that can be can be implemented as an event in AI actions. Actually, I'm not sure. But yeah, coverness factor that can be easily implemented very nicely in AI actions in a much more robust way, where the action type would be to switch AI mode, for example, or flee. Oh yeah, I do have this described. Action type flee. And we can do that on specific actions, not just randomly. Oof, I don't know. Okay, let's say this system stays in place. Learn skills, we just keep it. And if we want to use specific skills on specific actions, then we just yeah, I guess assign some kind of skill queue, maybe. Yeah, this thing needs to be extracted into or split into multiple actions. So one would be, I guess, to handle skill queue. Right? Right. And another one would be to determine which skill to use, and then it just puts this into the queue. That could be a nice idea, because yeah, here we just have basically too much logic. Not really related to each other. But yeah, this would still be only for NPCs, right? So let's try to actually implement a separate AI for player characters, and then we will see how we can combine this. So this is gonna be here, AI behavior trees, default NPC AI. Let's copy that. This is gonna be default character AI. Let's see what we can do only with this. Dead state idle. So if we are dead, again, this should be applicable to characters, yeah. We don't need to update the priority. Oops, that's the shared dead state behavior. Update priority. Technically, I don't think it's even being used for player characters, because I'm pretty sure they have constant update priority. But okay, let's say we have that. Run once and wait. Use learned skill. Okay, this needs to be redone for the characters. We don't need this, and we don't need this. Instead, we need just the idle action here. So that means we do re-evaluate in sequence. Oh my god, why is it so scuffed? Re-evaluate in sequence, which does check owner state. And then we just do idle, if I remember correctly. And update success now. Wait. It should be the wait. Oh, wait total time. Huh. I was pretty sure that I have just the thing that returns running. Maybe in Boulder. Yes. No. This still uses the duration. Wait, random time. Weird. I was sure that I have something like that. Okay, if we use idle, it's just gonna execute success. But it's gonna do that every time, so yeah, I think that's totally fine. It's gonna reevaluate. Should be fine. Return state, we don't need that for characters. Combat and idle. What's an idle? Movement types. Ooh, yes, this needs to be changed. So we don't have return state. Why do we have parallel? Oh, that's use learn skill. Right, because NPCs can use learn skill in idle. But okay, we don't use that. Repeater. I don't remember what this does. Update. Oh, I guess I could do repeater idle to have this always running. Yes, I can do that. I need to document this a bit more. So if last base task status was success, which is in our case, and max success is negative or equals 0, Then we return run it. This is what I need. Okay, good. Good. So idle behavior, yeah. Repeater, select movement type. What is gonna be for player characters? I guess no movement by default. And they only gonna move when they need to do that in combat. What if I would like to spawn a virtual player character myself? In that case, like in actual game, in that case I would like it to follow me, I think. That would be nice. We can make it follow party leader maybe, but then I don't know. Yeah, what if we make it follow the party leader, and if the character itself is the party leader, then it will just stay in place. Should be good. Then in the XML, we can define this as the first player, and it's gonna be the party leader. Huh. Okay, let's try to do that. How do we implement the follow? We can just copy that from the maintain desired combat range, I guess. So instead of idle behavior, we don't need the parallel for now. So we just do repeater, right? So a repeater. For now, we're gonna set target position from target, but later we will have to change that to like set target position from party leader. Actually, we can already do that. That should be nice. So literally it's gonna be set target position from party leader. Also, I need to move it to here. Where was it? Actions. So set target position from party leader. Yeah, I need to extrapolate movement. So target ID, no. Here I need party, no, just party equals this context owner entity get component party session. If we don't have that, then we return failure. Right. Leader equals party. What's in there? Is it session ID? No, that's member info. Leader info. Actually, what do we have here? Session ID. Okay, we can get that directly. Leader ID. Hello, Albus. Hello, hello. Leader session ID. Now we need to, literally do that. Try to find the leader among the neighbors. If it's null, so what if we are the leader? Then we are not gonna have it in the neighbors even. But if we would have that, then it's gonna be just our own position. Okay. Actually, let's rename this to target ID. And just like that, we have our set target position from party leader. Then I need that. Wait, why do we have two of them? Weight and range. So check is casting. Try to run away. Is a min desired combat range. We don't need that. Let's just copy all of this because it's hard to maintain focus. So reevaluate and sequence now. This had to be reevaluate and sequence. So this whole maintain desired combat range. I am so confused. So default NPC AI idle behavior. Right. So this is why I needed the repeater. But technically. I'm just gonna copy this now. So I don't have named repeaters. No, I do have it. What? Oh, I guess repeater can only handle a single task. Weird, I think it's just the error detection is broken. But yeah, repeater can only have a single task. So for that, why do I need a repeater here? It should be reevaluating sequence. So target position from party leader. I wanted to add idle behavior, whatever. So check is casting. Try to run away. We don't need that. Try to close combat range. So here we can just hard code. It's going to be check target position in range instead. And we need to set the range. Let's set it to be 1000. Reset path unreachable. We don't need that. Move to target position. Run. Path unreachable. We don't care about the path unreachable. Periodically we rotate to target. Then wait. Okay. So we have the dead state, we have our idle, and now we need to convert the combat behavior. Yeah, I'm gonna just copy that, at least for now. And let's rename it to character combat behavior. Let's use it in default character AI. Oops. What? Okay. So, character combat behavior. Set target from most hated enemy. I guess, yeah. But that would mean that the enmity that's been added by the NPC attacks, monster attacks. It will affect the target chosen. But I guess that's okay. Maybe we will get rid of that later. For now, I think that's okay. And we can easily override that if we like integrate that into our scenario. I'll see. So yeah, we either set target from most hated enemy or we reset the target. Check his target. Find enemy. Yeah, that's only for NPCs. We get rid of that. Enable return state if out of chase range. We get rid of that. Enable return state if path is unreachable for too long. We get rid of that. Check target available. Can see target. So if we cannot see the target, we reset the target, right? I guess, yeah, okay. Check target not dead. So again, if target is dead, we reset it. Set update priority. We don't need that. Switch combat stats. We do need that. Then covered conditions. Set runaway target from target position from target. Okay, yeah. Then we can get rid of this. Then we'll have this parallel maintain desired combat range. This is not gonna work. Because it relies on the NPC prototype. So target position from target. Check his casting. This is relying on NPC prototype. But it returns 0 range. So min desired is going to be 0 if we don't have NPC prototype. Minimal desired 0. Yeah, that's okay. That means that we don't try to run away from the target. Yeah, set run away, move to target. So check target position in min desired combat range. Is in range 0. Oh yeah, so if this is true, then we run away. Okay, good. So this is not gonna work just because characters will have 0 min desired combat range, which is fine. Then try to close combat range. Check target position in max desired. It's 0 again. I think 0 is a bit too harsh. I think we need to hard code it to something like 150, which is gonna be like the melee range. Okay, so that means that our characters are all gonna be melee. So even the mages are gonna try to run closer to the to the target. Is that good? I don't know. I guess it's fine. For now, at least. Path unreachable. We don't care about that. It can stay there. Then otherwise we move to target position. Okay, good. Increase the path unreachable. Okay. And we rotate. So, okay, we can use this. Maintain desired combat range for characters. It's just, it's not gonna be optimal because every character now is gonna be a melee character. And this learn skill, this needs to go. We need to replace this with something else. Let's see, can I adjust this so it also works with characters? Maybe some small hack. What do we need? NPC prototype default skill. Huh. Required. What is this? Delay after a movement. Ah, okay, so it only adds delay to the default skill. We can totally get rid of this, like completely, for non-NPC characters. So we just get component, and if it's not null, then we do that. We don't need this for normal characters. The type of the scenario, this should be the character, right? And use skill uses NPC skill use. Okay, I can make this configurable. Let's check other stuff. What do I have? Check target conditions. This can just return empty collection of learned skills for characters. That would tackle the casting, because casting doesn't rely on that. We just have the casting skill target ID and casting skill ID directly in the battle info, and we can just use skill when it's finished casting, just with different scenario. battle component. Yeah. Right. So that means that this is it. I only need to make two scenarios configurable for casting and for using. Skill casting scenario. Crap, what was that in called? Skill casting scenario. NPC skill cast. And we have skill using. NPC skill use. Now we just replace the usages of this thing with this. And this. That's it. Okay. So next, find skill. This needs to be optional. So get component. If NPC prototype not equals null, then we do all of that. Otherwise, it's going to be just an empty array. And I think this makes it compatible with the characters. So this is not going to run at all. Use skill only relies on battle component, which is fine. Find skill relies on NPC prototype, but now it's just going to return an empty collection for player characters. Rotate the target position. Nothing about NPCs here. And on stop, that's also fine. Okay, so this is now compatible with the player characters. It's just here. Delay after movement, we don't need that. Instead, we need skill casting scenario to be, I wish I could see. This is stupid. Yeah, character skill cast. And we also need user scenario. Actually, let's rename that a little bit. Skill cast scenario. Skill use scenario. Just like that. Oof. Okay, that should be it. That should be our very basic character AI. Now we need to assign it. We need to assign it. Oof. Where do we do that? It's gonna be like Wait, I had it somewhere. AI type here. And it's an element already. Okay, good. So AI type. So character combat behavior. Now we need default character AI. Yeah. Okay. So now we need to assign this AI. How are we gonna do that? How do we do that for the NPCs? I don't remember at all. Entity spawner. Okay, I know how to find this. This is in NPC prototype table. AI type. Default AI factory. Default AI factory. NPC controller factory. AI component. Ah. Does it rely on NPC data? Just behavior tree. Context factory. Service provider. Yeah, it just updates the behavior tree. So I create the behavior tree. Context factory. Service provider logger factory. Yeah, I guess we need to do this. It's just an AI factory here. I guess we need to add the character type, and instead of pulling from the NPC prot, no. We don't actually need AI factory in this case. Yeah. We don't need the AI factory at all. We can just create the behavior tree. Yeah. Context factory, though, we do need that. Okay, that doesn't rely on any NPC data. That's good. Okay, let's try to do that. So we just need to add a component to the characters. Here. Spawn character. So instead of AI factory, for now we just do new default character AI. We will make it proper dynamic type later. Context factory. So I need this. I need service provider and the logger factory too. Okay. Let's rename this to AI context factory. Okay. We should be good there. Actually, I want to move this at the bottom. Now I need this to be dynamic based on this. So get required service of this type. And that also means that I need to register that AI behavior type. In here. And in theory, we should be good and it should be working. So now Let's try to just start this. Also, let's redirect the output properly. In theory, it should be working, but I expected it to crash. But let's see. It did run for 2 seconds. Okay, so they did kill the boss. Did they use Fireball? Okay, so Enchanter still does use the Fireball. That's good. Now, what if I get rid of this? So we will start casting Fireball, but we will not explicitly finish doing that. The AI should handle that. Four seconds, that's not good. No, it's still working. Enchanter is still using Fireball. Ha ha ha. Okay, so that works. That means that I can also get rid of the healing stuff. Wait, how does that work? Wait. If I don't reset this, how did it work? That's weird. It's not right. Oh, I think I had the previous file opened. So I have Fireball once, and that's it. Yes, okay, that makes sense. Because now we just marked it as started, and that's it. I need to replace this. But yeah, I did use it one time. That's already good. I just need to adjust this thing with player 3 entity battle info casting skill AD is 0. Actually, wait. I'm gonna comment this out. and then use this. I want to be able to see the previous version. So now, if player 3, which is Enchanter, is not casting any skills, then it will automatically start casting the fireball. Just to check that, actually not cancel. Starting to cast fireball. So now we will be able to see that's actually working, and now in theory, Enchanter should cast a lot of fireballs, not just one. Oops. Something's wrong. But let's check the output first. Okay, it's actually working. I think I know. We also have the cooldown. It's probably... yeah. It fails because of the cooldown. Let's check that out. Failed to cast fireball with this result. Let's see what's going on underneath. But yeah, I think it's fine. It's gonna try to cast all the time until the cooldown is over. Yeah, cooldown remaining. Requirement fail. I guess out of mana. Starting to cast, not enough mana. Oh, I guess requirement fail, that's the target has died. Yeah. Everything's fine. Okay. This looks good. Also, 3 seconds now, we're back to normal times. And yeah, we do have the fireballs. So okay, our basic AI is somewhat working. And we are casting the fireballs. So now we can do the same for the heal. That's player 2. We don't care about this. And we don't care about this. But we still try to use the auto attacks, right? But that's okay. At least we are getting rid of the casting stuff. Okay, looks good, I think. Heal is working. Okay. Okay, then I'm gonna completely get rid of this. I don't need this anymore. We just start casting the skill, at least for now. Okay, now we're just down to initiating the skills. So that's auto attacks for the knight. That's heal for the priest. And that's fireball for the enchanter. How can we fix this? Hmm. Oh, also, I have this amount of ticks hard-coded. Hmm. Yeah, I need to move this away into the XML file, I guess. Yeah, let's do that. Let's add this attribute. Oh, by the way, I didn't mark this explicitly as XML element. So let's do that. Tick interval, which is integer. Oh my god. $34 by default. Okay, good. Do I want this? So this is like a thread slip, but this is not accurate. This was just for me to test and simulate near real-time simulation. But this is not correct. This is not correct because when we do thread sleep, it just it can sleep for more, much more than that. So let's just get rid of that. If I need, for some reason, a more real-time solution, then I would, I don't know, implement some kind of pause that actually waits for a specific amount of time. Okay, so yeah, the only hard-coded stuff left is these skill usages. Yeah, that's the only thing that's left to get rid of. Can I somehow... Where is it? Use learn skill. Can I somehow make this at least use the default skills? This update button is annoying. Oh, you can't even see it. Good. I have a huge update button on top of my VS Code. It's annoying me so much. It's been there for the whole stream. Even if I add this, where was it? Find skill. Even if I try to grab the default weapon skill, which should be easy in case of characters. So if this is not null, then else we can do var character info entity get component character info. If it's there, then we can, for example, get items, equipment, active weapon. So we get active weapon. If active weapon is not null, then we could do... But wait, this is easy. Like, we have the default skill inside the weapon prototype or whatever. I think it's in the weapon stats. I could retrieve that and have the characters to use their weapon skill on the target automatically. That wouldn't solve the problem. I still need to dynamically execute certain skills like heal on a party member. That's gonna be interesting. So yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this. This is definitely not the way to do it. technically I have access to the learned skills, character learned skills. So I could, in theory, pick a random learned skill and use it. But again, it works for NPCs just because they have literally just one default skill, and all the other learned skills, they almost always have conditions or probability, and it's fine in that case. But in case of characters, that's different. Like, what would be the probability of using a random skill? And I don't need to use random skills in these simulations. I need to use specific skills. And that default character AI, that is also not the way to go, I guess, because I need the AI to be different for each class. Like, we have a priest whose job is to heal people. I can actually implement all of this inside behavior trees. At least for now. And get rid of the hard-coded stuff. So for that, where's our default character AI? For that, I can just create multiple character AIs. Actually, I should separate all of these in a separate folder anyway, I think. Maybe not. Because maybe if we migrate to AI actions, that's gonna be irrelevant. So, let's say we do a priest AI, right? Character combat behavior. Just learn skill. Yeah, ideally it should be here. So right now this handles the skills that we started casting automatically. I don't know. If I would implement a priest AI in behavior trees, that would mean that I would need to pick a party member with lowest HP percent, I guess? No. That's the thing. Real priest will prioritize to keep the tank alive, right? But that's gonna be hard to implement because our current, like, there's not a way to define the role. That's the thing that I was thinking about. Technically, I can add a role to the party member info. And by default, it's going to be just undefined role. Because in the game, we don't ever use it, but maybe in the future we will. And there is no UI for that, nothing like that. But I can at least just add an entry, like a property. What role is that? Then in here, I can define night party ID, party role equals tank. Party role healer. Damage dealer. So we can just use these fixed 3 roles and assign that to the party member info. And then in AI, we can pick a party member of a specific role, add condition that their health should be, well, ideally their health should be less than 1 heal amount of the healer. That's what intelligent healer would do. They would also take into account stuff like regen. How we can code that? I don't think we can. So probably we will just use the percentage of health. So if tank's health is less than, let's say, 50%, then we use the heal. But yeah, I don't think it's even possible to implement a proper priest AI with like simple rules like that I'm thinking about that can be defined in a table. Maybe, but that's gonna be an interesting, hard task to do. Because, yeah, let's say even for the amount of health the tank should have to start healing the tank, that would depend on the amount of healing the priest can do, which would mean calculating a theoretical average, I guess, of 1 heal. Which is not practical in tasks like this. Also, priest definitely needs to be a party leader. In this case, at least. And that means that we also need to change our hard-coded stuff. I don't want to do that. But yeah, this is already working. This is good. And yeah, depending on the role, for example, the healer can pick the target. I think actually the easiest way to do this would be to actually implement the AI actions, or at least the basic version of that works just off of a default update. And just implement this and that code. But again, how are we gonna use this skill? Well, actually, we can directly use it inside the AI action. And if it's a custom skill, we just start casting. And it will be handled by the other thing. So yeah, I think we need to start working on the AI actions. I have like a very rough draft of what the table should look like. But in general, this is probably the simplest way to do this right now, to actually do this. Everything else, like all the other workarounds, are gonna be harder, I guess, to implement than the actual AI actions. So what do I need? I need the schema. Yeah, I guess that's gonna be our first, well, the topmost table, AI actions, I guess. No localization for that. No, actually, I can just get rid of this. So AI actions, how are we gonna do this table? So what do I need? I need a primary key, at least some kind of primary key, but for now we're gonna skip that. Instead, let's start working with the actual fields that we need. And we will start with event type. Oh, yeah, we will need a lot of tables. Because it's going to be AI action event types. What can I copy? This. Oh, and yeah, this should be that ignore. So event types, ID, byte, that's going to be enough. Primary and name, sure. And I probably need a little bit more room to document the stuff. So like maybe 64, 3 bytes. Also this stupid thing reorganized my code. Okay, so I have event type. You're feeling hot in you? Can imagine. For me, right now, it's pretty comfortable temperature here. I'm really glad about it. So that's event type, right? Then action type is another thing that we need. AI action types, I guess. Those are gonna be just enums in the code, I think. So event type, action type. And then what else do we need? Target type. AI action target types. And I guess I need a target type argument, like summon group or something like that. So target type arg, which is gonna be int 32. By default, it's gonna be 0. Also, why am I using this style of naming? If it's normal data type. Okay, what else? Conditions, I guess. Yeah, let's do that. Condition types. So, condition 1, I guess. Type. Yeah. Right, I did something wrong. Target type argument. So condition 1. Let's do it in this way. Condition underscore 01 underscore type, which is gonna be action condition types AD. It's gonna be byte. And then condition 1 value. And that's gonna repeat basically 10 times, probably. Yeah, let's do that. So these are the most important, right? Then what else do we need? Yeah, the identifiers, I'm gonna figure that out later. I still hate confluence. Chance, we need that. Which is probability in our case. Let's just copy that field. So probability. Flags, params. What are these params? It's not documented. Action type, we have that. And I guess for each action type, they have different parameters. We're not going to use that. Target type, target parameters. We just have one target parameter, right? Target argument. Action type. Do I need this action argument? Actually, I do. Like skill ID. Yeah, I do need that. Action type, action argument, I guess. Target type, target argument. Yeah, for now, we're just going to have a single argument. Probably that will be enough. Because I would prefer to solve that in conditions, maybe, instead of having multiple arguments. But we will see. Or maybe different, multiple types. Okay, what else? Target params. Target X, Y, Z. I guess that's for the ground-based targets. And comment. Yeah, we do need comment. Let's steal that from somewhere, from some other table. I need to add dependencies. And event types. Action types. Target types. And action condition types. Okay, so now let's figure out the identifiers. So for that, I need to somehow link these actions to specific NPCs, specific characters, in theory, specific structures as well. Anything that can have an AI. What do they have? Source type. Oh my god, I hate Confluence. Creature game object. Enter GUID. For characters, though, I think the best way would be to not tie to the character ID, but instead hardcode some ID inside the AI type. Then we'll link the AI type here. So for example, this is not going to be default character ID. This is going to be something like tank character ID or knight, probably knight character, not ID, but AI. Knight character AI. But then the skill set depends on the levels, right? What if in certain levels it's one tactic with one skill set, and on higher levels it's different? This is going to be true for every character basically, especially, for example, priests. They don't have heal. They do have this, what's the name? Life gift. Then on slightly higher levels they have regen, and only on like more higher levels they have actual heal, and the way they behave is gonna be different. So maybe it's a good idea to actually use character ID and just implement the AI actions for each virtual character, basically. Or just have multiple character AI classes. Like literally priest 20 AI, character AI. I don't know. I still think we just need some arbitrary number, not the actual character ID. But okay, that's not very relevant. Source type, creature game object, spell. Spell? I guess it's not implemented. But yeah, in our case, where's the schema? In our case, we will have something like source type. And yeah, we do need that. So action source types. I'm just gonna comment, add a comment so I don't forget. NPC structure character. I think this is going to be it. So basically it's the type of the entity attached to which this AI is attached. Right, source type. ID link. Yeah, this is also a nice feature that I was impressed with, but it's a little bit confusing to use. Right, but I'm running a little bit too far ahead. I need the entry GUID, which is in our case, it's gonna be just source ID, I guess. Source ID, and it's gonna be an integer. So, for example, for NPCs, so let's say here we have NPC skills. We're basically just tied to the model ID, which is like NPC prototype ID. I should actually rename model IDs to prototype IDs. But yeah, this is basically it, but we are now adding another identifier, which is source type, and then this is going to be source ID. This is going to be the argument for the use skill action type. So action argument is going to be our skill ID. This could be long, actually. Do I need it to be long? Probably not. Integer is probably going to be fine. But okay, we have that. Source type, source ID. So it's these two basically. Then yeah, we have an incremental ID. Do I want to have a composite primary or surrogate primary key, or do I just do it like this? So ID incremental, and they also have link. Oh, it's not actually. This is just badly documented, but it's okay. Not all the fields are in here. Link is not here. So ID, incremental ID bound to each entry GUID and source type. So yeah, we could do that, or we could just ignore that. Actually, no. I see why they did that, because they have a link. Simple event link. An example, if ID equals 1 and link ID equals 0 and link equals 1, ID1 will only be able to occur if ID0 was triggered. So yeah, this is nice. This basically means that they can link one event to another. Smart event to be used. Oh, they had, I guess, in the previous versions, ID and incremental number, and then it's just a typo. It leads to the link. I see. Link. But yeah, I think I would like to have something like that in my system as well. So this is gonna be oh my god, event ID event link. Do we actually do it exactly like the in the Trinity core? Because I like this, but maybe to do better to do this in another way. Also, do I need a one big primary key? I don't think I do. Oh, and definitely I need enabled flag. That's for sure. Do I have boolean in this thing? I don't remember. No. Okay, so it's gonna be byte. Enabled. One by default. Because yeah, I'm really missing this feature in here. I really need it. And yeah, let's try to just have all these fields to be one big primary key. Yeah, probably I don't need 32-bit integer. Maybe just 16-bit. I don't know. Yeah, I definitely don't need 32-bit. And probably another type would be custom. So for example, I don't even know. I was thinking about quests with like custom NPCs that behave differently, but probably the best way would be to just create a separate NPC prototype for that. But just in case we're gonna have like a custom type, that's also fine. So let's try to execute this and put this into the database. First, let me see if I have any pending changes that I forgot to commit. No. And for now, let me comment that out. What's wrong? Ah, it's this thing. Okay, we're good. We don't have any pending changes. Now I can just put this into the database, I guess. Or out of the database first. Now I can't. Then into. I forget how to add tables without errors. Yeah, it needs the file. That's stupid. I should fix that, but it's okay. So AI actions. .csv. Can I just have an empty file? Yeah, I guess I can. That's good. So let's just create empty files for our new tables. What? Also, we can probably reorganize order. To be it in the alphabetically sorted. Oh my god, I can't even speak. Let me finish this first. Okay, now we should be able to put that into the database. Can I add that foreign key constraint? Did I miss something? Oh yes, I did. Source types. Got that. There we go. Now I should have those in here. Okay, good. So our AI actions. So let's start filling this in. So source types. Source types. This is gonna be based on entity type. Structure is 1. NPC is 2. Character is 3. And custom. Oops. Custom 4. Okay. Event types. Let's see. So for example, first one would be update. Update in combat. Update out of combat. Right, so this covers these two fields, basically. This is gonna be another type, just one time run thing. Death. Let's also add kill here. Source killed someone. This is source died. Date every tick. Okay, 6. Aggro start. I'll probably make it in enum anyway. Actually, for now, Gonna do it like that. 7 aggro change. For now, that's okay. That's like gonna be representative enough. I don't want to fill in everything right away. Action types. So we have source types defined, target types, action types. So here, use skill to speak. What else can we do here? Fail quest, complete quest step, clear enemy table, flee, die. Use skill AD. Yeah, by the way, I want to define what is the argument for each of that. Speak, speech AD. Actually, that's a string. Oops. But okay, maybe I will fix that later. Then 3 fail quest AD. Complete quest step AD. 5 clear enemy table. 6 flee. 7 die. 8 despawn self. 9 spawn summon group. 'Wait. This hotkey is still not working. They fixed it. Despawn summon group. So something like that, at least for now. Target types. Self. Current target. Enemy top n. So like if we do top 1, that's gonna be the top one. Top 2, that's gonna be the second from the top. For enemy bottom n. 5 enemy. What am I typing? Enemy random. 6 enemy random not top 1. Basically anything about our current top hated enemy. Seven enemy closest. Ally random. Ally closest. Now, I would also need something like ally lowest HP, maybe, something like that. Or ally roll. I don't know. For now, it's gonna be okay. We just need to make the basic stuff work. Should be good. So condition types. For now, we can skip those, I guess. Because there are gonna be a lot of conditions. Like own percent of health, mean own percent health max. The same for the mana, target health, target distance. So there's gonna be a lot of stuff like that. I don't want to bother with that right now. So now we can probably start filling in something for, let's say, so yeah, the basic stuff. Auto attack of the knight, right? So let's see how that would look like. Source type. Why is this so big now? This is character. Source ID. What is the character ID? Let's title the character ID for now. For knight, character ID 112. Event ID 1. Link 0. By the way, link should be 0 by default. And this can be 1 by default. Actually, no. Let's make it manually specified. Enabled event type. So, on update, no, update in combat. No, actually, wait. We haven't started the combat yet, right? So let's do update every tick, at least for now. Maybe I will fix that later. Action type, use skill. Skill ID. Yeah, that's one disadvantage is I'm not gonna have cross-references or foreign keys for action arguments, which is gonna be prone to errors, but that's okay. So skill 201, or what was that? Yeah, 201. That's sword auto attack. Target type, current target. Target argument, irrelevant. Probability 100%. No conditions for now. Let's add a comment. Maybe I will move the comment before the conditions, or even right in here, so it's easier to see. So this is gonna be 𝙽𝚴𝚂 normal attack. What? Oh. Default values. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. So this means maybe I can copy this row. Cancel. The condition fields need to be nullable. Crap. I need my clipboard, but that's okay. The argument says 0. Okay, good. And yeah, let's move the comment before the enabled field. XML error, line 16. Oh, it's not true. It's what? Okay, that's hopefully working now. So let's see. Character 112, event ID 1, 0, comment. For now, I'm not gonna bother with that. Update every tick. Action type use scale 201. Target type current target. Argument irrelevant. Save. Okay, now it saves. So now let's do 𝙽𝚴𝚂 normal attack. Yeah, one advantage of having this composite primary key is it's going to be sorted nicely. So yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Event link is null. Oh, okay. Wait, where is my comment? What happened? Did I not save? I guess I didn't save. Okay, okay, so that's good. And now we just need to implement this. I guess we have our first test in the data structure. Now I need to actually implement it. Technically, it should be easy to do, relatively easy, at least for the base implementation. I would still have to implement every single like event type, action type, and so on. But what we need is where was it? I did open it previously. We need AI component to handle this. Or maybe this is going to be a part of the behavior tree, even. Yeah, this is going to be a part of a behavior tree, probably. So we're going to have an action. Yes, this is definitely going to be a part of a behavior tree. And it's just going to execute actions. Execute AI actions with certain conditions. So, for example, some of them we need to manually assign. So we ignore this, Enable is just going to be skipped. We specify the event type. We don't care about action. I mean, it's going to be pulled from the data. Action argument, target type, probability, condition. So we just need the event type, supply the event type, right? And the conditions, yeah, I guess that's going to be pulled dynamically. So it could be as simple as, let me copy this. Execute AI actions. And instead of this, we will just have event type. Entities AI actions. We have a slight conflict in naming. But okay, let's put it here for now. There's gonna be an enum AI action type. Use scale. Speak. Oh my god, what the hell? Why is it aligning so weirdly? Speak, fail, quest. Complete quest step. Clear enemy table. Wait. Event types. Oh no. Well, I guess this can stay. But I was intended to fill in this. So this is AI action event type. Update incumbent. Update out of combat. Death. Kill. Aggro start. Aggro change. And that's it for now. So that's literally gonna be like this type. Oh wait. Not wait, but base context action, I guess. But yeah, something like that, I guess. Then we can just call this with the event type and that's it, basically. Everything else will be pulled from the context and from the stable of actions. And yeah, if action type, for example, use skill, we will just literally try to use the skill or start casting it. But okay, God, it's been a long stream. I really need to go. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching. I will probably be back tomorrow. I hope I will be back tomorrow with some Black Mesa playthrough. So that's gonna be exciting. But yeah, thank you everybody for watching. We did a lot of stuff today, and I hope to see you next time. Bye bye.